satu, cek. Cek satu dicoba. Cek satu. Cek.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Mati. Cek. Cek dicoba. Cek.
Ladies and gentlemen. Good morning for
Cek. Cek satu dicoba. Cek.
right now.
Cek satu.
We can join meeting at
Melbu tapi.
international conference and call for
Cek
papers
dicoba.
after the G20 Bali summit. Indonesia on the global stage.
Melbu.
Okay. Main speakers. Welcome to Indonesian of the global stage. Indonesian International Conference in cek. Cek. Kenapa? Cek. Segini. Cek. Ini berapa senti ya Mas Rifan? Jarak. Cek. Kurang gimana? Menggema. Cek. Cek. Selamat pagi kepada Mas Rifan, kepada siapapun yang bertemu dengan Ibu Puji Komariah. Ngecek sound, cek sound aja kok. Enggak bisa. Beda nanti. Kan mikrofon untuk ngomong sama nyanyi beda dong, Mas. Cek. Cek. Sudah? Kayaknya nambah gede ya suaranya ya. Tau gak sih? Ditambahin Mas. Karena suaraku dari tadi segini. Iya. Coba kalau ini seberapa? Cek. Ini lebih bagus kayaknya. Cek. Coba ngomong ladies and gentlemen ya. Ladies and gentlemen. Ya segitu. Kayak aku agak effort dikit nggak? Kurang keras nggak? Ladies and gentlemen, itu. Cek. Well, ladies and gentlemen.
Cek. Tes 1. Dicoba. Cek.
Cek. Tes 1, 2.
Kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian yang masih berada di luar ruangan, dimohon untuk segera memasuki ruangan karena acara akan segera dimulai. Ladies and gentlemen, our agenda is about to begin. Please have a nice seat and make sure your mobile phone is in the silent mode during the event. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our agenda is about to begin. Please have a nice seat and make sure that your mobile phone is in the silent mode during this event. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Gusti Kanjeng Ratu Mangkubumi, the representative of Mataram Foundation, who has joined this event via Zoom. The Honorable Professor Dr. Edi Suwandi Hamid, MEC, the Rector of Widya Mataram University, along with the Senate members. The Dean, College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, Northern Illinois University, Professor Robert Brinkman, PhD, along with the team. The Honorable, our invited speakers, the functionaries of the university, faculty, and study programs within University of Widya Mataram, domestic and foreign presenter, all guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We thank God Almighty because of the blessing, so we can be here again to continue the rest of agenda for our international conference and call for papers without any obstacles. And as the master of ceremony today, I would like to inform you the agenda for this event. The first agenda is the third plenary session and will be continued by the fourth plenary session. Then, the next agenda is parallel session 2, after break and lunchtime. And the last one is the closing ceremony. So, before we jump to the first agenda, let us do the prayer first so that our agenda today will run smoothly. The prayer begin. Thank you. Well, with no further ado, let us jump to the first agenda for today. Third plenary session will be led by the lecturer from University of Widya Mataram as the moderator. So please welcome Dr. Benu Arta MM.
Thank you. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this plenary session, we should have 4 speakers, but we apologize that Professor Tim Lindsay from Australia cannot attend this conference because he had another agenda in the same time. So I would like to present the speakers of this agenda. The first speaker is Professor Ambar Rukmini from University of Widya Mataram. Please welcome Professor Ambar Rukmini. And then for our next speaker is Dr. Sony Zulhuda from International Islamic University, Malaysia. To Dr. Sony Zulhuda, please come on the stage. And our third speaker is Mr. Wayan Suparta, PhD from Institut Teknologi Nasional Yogyakarta. So Mr. Wayan Suparta, PhD, please come on stage. In this session, each speaker will present the materials for each speaker will present the materials for about 15 minutes. We begin from the first, second, and the last speaker, and we will run into discussion session after all of the speakers present their materials. The first speaker is Professor Dr. Ambar Rukmini from University of Widya Mataram. Now she is the Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology in University of Widya Mataram. Professor Ambar Rukmini is a reviewer in many journals, international journals and national journals, and he graduated from University of Gajah Mada for the doctoral degree. So please welcome Professor Dr. Ambar Rukmini.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to Allah who has given good health, time, and opportunities so that we can still meet again in this morning, both in the Zoom meeting and in this room. Your Excellencies, Gusti Kanjeng Ratu Mangkubumi, the financial officer of the Mataram Foundation Yogyakarta, who has joined in the Zoom meeting, and the member of Mataram Foundation Yogyakarta, Bu Inge, and the other members. The Honorable Professor Dr. Ediswandi Hamid, MEC, Director of University of Widya Mataram, the Honorable Professor Robert Brickman, PhD, the Dean College of Liberal Arts and Science, Northern Illinois University, and delegates from NIU, Professor Eric Jones, Mr. Dan McCoy, Ms. Sui Yuan, Mr. Abu Bah, our distinguished guests, the delegation from Institut Teknologi Nasional Yogyakarta and also from Universitas Tunas Pembangunan Surakarta, the speakers and all of participants of this international conference. It's an honor for me to stand here to deliver a paper entitled The Role of Food Technology in Health Architecture. Can help to, okay, thank you. Our outline of paper consists of introduction, Indonesian food product competitiveness, nutritional problems and access to health diets, future food trends, food technology and its role in health, and the end with a conclusion. Let's start from the background. As we know that three priorities in the G20 One of them is global health architecture. Indonesia has encouraged strengthening global health resilience and help the global health system be more inclusive, equitable, and responsive to crisis. Global health is essential because the COVID-19 pandemic is the biggest challenges for the global community. So one way to do that is by building stronger global health architecture. This can be achieved through adequate and quality food intake. Food sovereignty and security is a strategic issue to realize health. Since before the COVID-19 pandemic, several major drivers have put the world off track to ending world hunger and malnutrition in all its form by 2030. Now, the COVID pandemic and related contaminant measurement have made it significant more challenges to achieve this goal. But they also have highlighted the need for deeper reflection of how to better address the major drivers that are resulting in the global food insecurity and malnutrition situation we are experiencing right now. The COVID pandemic has pushed consumers not only want more product delicious and healthy, but also consider effort to preserve the environment. The pandemic has changed how and where we spend, as well as what we eat. Consumers have adapted to new normal, creating and shifting existing trends. Food technology is directed to meet the demand for food with nutritional value and health benefit improvement, environmental sustainability, and ethical aspect. A healthy generation will be built if supporting by provision independent and sovereignty in the food. In this context, it requires a proper understanding from the public about healthy food. The effort to meet food that needs secure and sovereignty should be pushed through means capable of advancing in general welfare, produce smart people so that can contribute for the achievement of an increasingly dignified world. The effort to increase sovereignty, food, building a healthy generation, and strengthen as a dignified nation, substantially intended to deliver critical evaluation of policies and implementation of the fulfillment of food needs, secure access and availability of food diverse, nutritional balance and safe for family, and then which can be strengthened food sovereignty and strengthen dignity Indonesian nation in the world view. Healthy diets have the potential to improve nutritional equity. That is what need to build health architecture. As a lighter, the idea to improve competitiveness of Indonesian food and agricultural product presented some the data, as well as a reflection of the competitiveness condition of food product and current agricultural products. For example, the issues of import of industrial salt and sugarcane, soybean, corn, and beef, import of soybean, wheat flour, and products derived from milk also continued to increase. Fresh milk produced domestically, beside the amount insufficient, it's also not entirely acceptable and used by dairy industry because it's don't comply standards as raw material. It shows that the production of fresh milk in the country is not competitive and in terms of quality and price. On the other hand, the commodity export which show fairly high competitiveness in international and domestic trade is palm oil and species. Sorry, the pointers move. Let's see the current status of Indonesia estate crops production. In this commodity, Indonesia has a competitive advantages because supported by large production volume and sustainability for tropical condition. Because supported by large production volume and sustainability for the production, however, the form of the exported commodity in the part, most of it still in the form of raw materials which have low value added. For example, some of them still in the form of crude palm oils or CPO or species in wool and raw condition. If that commodity not properly prepared and responded, they will be able to suffer the same fate with production and export of cacao beans. Indonesia can only to become an exporter of cacao bean as raw materials, while a large added value enjoyed by the chocolate industry in the destination country or enjoyed by importer. Even more concerning in the region here, it turns out to meet the needs of the domestic chocolate processing industry have to import cacao beans from other countries. Very ironic, but that's our current condition. To realize a sustainable food system, it must address the problem, including climate change, reversing biodiversity loss, halting the decline in public health, farming in harmony with nature, promoting biodiversity, ration of crops, avoiding chemical fertilizer and pesticides, building soil fertility. Besides that, it must be ensured that the processes from farm to table are under control. The technology and innovation are needed across the food supply chain. The length of production and distribution chain of food that has not been supported by infrastructure adequate and adequate supply chain management can result in food loss and food waste. It's not only impact on heavy burden on environmental, but also make the selling price of the commodity food cannot compete. When compared to other Asian countries, the total food waste in Indonesia is the highest. Food waste is food that is ready for consumption by humans, but it is thrown away and eventually accumulated in landfill. Food waste that accumulates in landfills produce methane and carbon dioxide. This results in gas emission or environmental pollution. Besides liking the produce food waste, more than 95% Indonesian people in the year of 2018 apparently lack of consumption meat, vegetables, and fruit, lower than the rest of the world and the average country in Asia. only 1% of Indonesia is unable to meet diet sufficiently calories, but almost 69.1% of people cannot afford a healthy diet. The new challenges of malnutrition is hidden higher, an example in the form of micronutrient deficiencies, especially deficient of iron, iodine, folic acid, zinc, vitamin E, and other micronutrients, known as hidden hunger, because often the signs are not visible, even though the impact is enormous. Food diversification, supplementation, and food fortification accompanied by hygiene and sanitation environmental is an available solution for overcome the problems of micronutrient deficiencies. Role food diversification in overcoming the problem. This is certainly very important, but necessarily long time to make it happen. Supplementation is also one effective solution, but requires cost and resource allocation large for its distribution as well as its scope, often unequally distributed between regions. Fortification food has been effective in reducing hidden hunger as well as cost effective. Indonesia is considered as a country that has experienced the double burden of malnutrition and maybe also the triple burden of malnutrition. The biggest in the world. One of 3 Indonesia children consider stunt a form of malnutrition. Meanwhile, in adult, the prevalence of obesity and all its complications coexist, such as diabetes mellitus, hypertension, and cardiovascular disease, the longer to getting higher. Although from year to year, the number is decreasing, cases of malnutrition in toddlers are still quite high. Currently, stunting in toddlers is still a problem, most discussed child health problem in Indonesia. WHO defines stunting as the impaired growth and development that children experience from poor nutrition, repeated infection, and inadequate psychosocial stimulation. The number of children affected by stunting was 27% lower in 2020 than in 2000, and the prevalence rate of stunting also declined. Meanwhile, obesity has increased globally across all ages since 2000. And this partly influenced by dietary pattern as development in food industry. The global food industry tend always change as technology develop and consumers demand. Trends in food technology are involved toward food choices, sustainable and personalized. This include protein source, new product, local food, nutraceutical, and personalized nutrition. Concern toward environmental impact, directing technology and the food industry to integrate practices to minimize food waste. In 2022, the global food trends shift to alternative source of protein, including meat from the development of cell culture in laboratory, which is the most significant trend. There are predictions of 5 food trends globally in 2023, part of which is continuation of the previous year's food trends. They are functional food, plant-based, animal-free food, meat, food packaging, transparency, and trust on food, and computerized technology in food. Food technology is the science that studies all processes of processing food ingredients so that they become food that is healthy, has higher nutritional value, and safe for consumption.
Excuse me, Professor. We should finish in 2 minutes.
Also, assessing to save food is very important for food security, but if its implementation by many food policy makers unaware of this relationship. Health problem due to consumption of unsafe food is often the case on highly nutritious food such as fresh vegetable or animal products that are higher in protein because these food are susceptible to contamination like E. coli or Salmonella. The risk is especially severe in regulatory area listing food production in handling and consumers and food handlers have very limited access to clean water source and adequate food storage. Therefore, it's very important to ensure that the traditional market for safe, nutritious food needs to be supported during pandemic can continue to maintain food security, especially for low-income consumers. Non-communicable and degenerative disease also need great attention. Therefore, consumption of food source of antioxidant or food products containing antioxidant can inhibit the many problems of health. Many research result that produce safe, nutritious, and healthful food are carried out in order to realize the health architecture. And then we can conclude that like as shown on the screen, and I think I have finished my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Ambarukmini. Our next presenter is Dr. Sony Zulhuda. Dr. Sony Zulhuda's main interest is in the intersection of law and technology, especially that concerns cyber law, internet governance, information security, and data protection law. And in his professional capacity, he advises the governments in Indonesia and Malaysia, as well as public and private sectors in both countries. To Dr. Sony Zulhuda, time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Excellency, Gusti Kanjeng Ratu Mangkubumi, Honorable Professor Edi Swandi Hamid, Rector of Universitas Widya Mataram, respectable guests, fellow speakers, and audience, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. While we're waiting for the slides to be displayed, it is my honor to be standing here, and thank you Universitas Widya Mataram for having me for this occasion. Right, checking the okay. Just before that, let me show you the title, and perhaps I'd like to get assistance from the committee to browse through the slides. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. As you see here, today and the past 2 days, we have been speaking about variety of disciplines and issues from multiple sectors and multiple perspectives. And here I am speaking in front of you with the background of law and legal studies, trying to see certain aspects of this big theme for the Indonesia to get after G20 Bali Summit, what is next for Indonesia on the global stage. From my experience and disciplines from learning the data protection law, so I'd like to share with you today how the issues of data governance in Indonesia or in any country for that matter will assist and support the standing of the country, especially in ensuring the digital economy transformation. And as we know, this digital economy transformation is considered as one of the main objectives as had been achieved by the G20 summit in Bali last November. So we move to the next slide where I'm showing you the declaration of Bali summit. And this is what we have from the long declaration of the G20 digital economy, G20 Bali Declaration 2022, and among others. This is where I come from regarding the digital economy transformation. And as we look at this slide, we see an overview of the digital economy transformation framework. For the first one, for example, it says that the governments of G20 recognizes that digital connectivity is very essential for digital inclusion and digital transformation, because this is always the first thing that we are talking about when it comes to digital economy. Therefore, among the first thing that a government needs to ensure is that every government has a very sustainable and good infrastructure to ensure the connectivity of everyone, that no one shall be left behind, and therefore the infrastructure shall be developed from time to time to ensure that everyone is connected. Though in Indonesia, we realize that so far around 70 to 80% people are being connected one way or another. So we still have some way to go to ensure as full connectivity as possible. And also, the declaration recognizes that a resilient, safe, and secure online environment is necessary to enhance the confidence and trust in the digital economy. So it talks about the sustainability of the system, sustainability of the computer network system, to make sure it is safe, it is secure, and it is resilient from attacks, yeah, either from internal or external. This is also another infrastructure when it comes to digital economy. As I'm going to show you further, that our digital infrastructure is not immune from attacks, yeah, from threats, and so on. So we try our best that the infrastructure we have is secure. Another issue is how we address the challenges of the digital divides. As we know and we realize, especially from the recent COVID-19 pandemic exercises, not everyone is having a good connection or not being served enough with the information and communications facilities. So students from Jakarta or Yogyakarta, big cities, yeah, are very much privileged, while we see students from remote places are still to some extent underprivileged when it comes to digital connectivity as well as the digital services. But other than that, also we have other issues such as data privacy and data protection, because these issues, unless we settle these issues, people will not feel convenience when it comes to going through digital economy. Then another area of another component of this framework is there's a need to counter disinformation as we realized I think the past COVID-19 pandemic crisis, we've got so much information about the virus, information about the fatalities, about the incidents, but then it turns out to be fake news. So this is also a big issue, especially in crisis time. We really need to have information which is free from this disinformation or fake news. Uh, Other things also, there are things that threaten the information infrastructure from the cyber threats as well as online abusers. Then also we need to enable data free flow with trust, because governments or states start to have this cross-border data flows with the emergence as well as developments of the international trade. Certainly, it is not only that we need to exchange goods or get people to move, but now we come to see data also needs to move from one place to another, from one country to another. So in this digital economy, we should also focus on how to make sure that the data movement between one country to another is being properly protected. And also the other component is the acknowledgement by the Bali G20 Bali declaration that data is very critical for development and economic growth as well as social well-being. So this is also taken from the World Bank publication talking about the data for better lives. So this also can guide us when it comes to digital transformation. We know that data is very crucial now, where the data should be maximized for our lives, professionally as well as personally. So it requires us to forge a new social contract for data, then also for us to increase data use and reuse. And not only use, but also reuse to realize a greater value, and as well as to create more equitable access to the benefits of data, foster trust and through safeguards, because when it comes to exchanging and using data, so we are prone to misuses. And that would require, as also recognized by the World Bank, that we need to have an integrated national data system. I don't know, I mean, since though I'm Indonesian, but it's not so much familiar of the recent development in Indonesia. But as we know, we are moving closer to the national election next year. So this is again the time where our national registry and national data system is being tested and being scrutinized. We have been all this while, every time we go to election, always voters' data is always a problem. Yeah. So if we do have a very strong integrated national data system, then at least we will do away with this repeating problem. Just as a comparison, what we have in Malaysia, for example, there is no issue of voters data registration because it is already integrated with the national system, and in fact people don't need to register anymore. No need to register every time we have election. It is already there. But you are given actually opportunity to check whether the data is accurate, whether the data is still valid, and so on. So this is also another big task for us. Now the question for us here and towards the future, where are we now? Where are we in terms of our preparedness when it comes to digital transformation framework? Of course, digitalization around us has been very massive. And it cannot be more true when we faced the COVID-19 pandemic. Everything went digital, from our working, playing, and learning, and shopping, and making connections. Everything went digital, and we actually absorbed into all this digital lifestyle. So as a matter of fact, we are already in it. But of course, the problem now, we have few hiccups here and there. Among others, what you see here on this slide, there had been so many data breaches all this while. So Indonesia, as well as, and this, of course, this is not only Indonesian problem. In any other countries, we always see day in, day out, the headlines tell us about data breaches here and there. And it is not only the private sectors being impacted. As a matter of fact, government as well as public resources are also being implicated with these data breaches. As you see in this slide, these are, you might be very familiar with some of these logos and names where perhaps your data are there. Yeah, our data are there. Then, as a matter of, based on this report, these are among the companies or entities that had been affected by data breaches. So when it comes to the context of G20, G20 has been very focusing on concerned with the issue of data protection. Because as we already mentioned in the beginning, when it comes to digital transformation framework, it really requires a very resilient, secure data system, computer system, free or hopefully free to some extent from online abuses or misuses and so on and so forth. So back in 2019 in Osaka, G20 actually came up with this draft called Osaka Track on Data Free Flow. Yeah, so almost all countries actually put their signatures except two countries, yeah, which were Indonesia and India. So Indonesia and India, of course, are very big countries, very big players within the G20, but they did not sign this document simply or rather obviously because these two countries were not prepared with their own legislation. Yeah, but it would be different today because in G20 now in this year, I mean the last year, Indonesia had recently passed the law. So Indonesia, this is, I would say, a coincidence, a very good coincidence, or perhaps it is no coincidence at all, that since Indonesia was about to precede the G20, then they must be very prepared with this new law. And as we know that if the data protection law is absent, there would be many repercussions. For example, it will allow rooms for uninterrupted exploitation of the data, because data has been so misused and without scrutiny in many countries, especially if there is no such law. Then also it will threaten the civil society and individuals. It will create a distrust over digital platforms, and also at the end, a country will lose some reputation because of that. And we have seen, I will show you very quickly in some of these slides, that the issue of data protection or the absence of data protection law creates, tension in some countries, even between countries. Yeah. Because we have so many, situations where data is being misused by diverse parties, including big brothers, big data aggregators, as well as big fans. You wouldn't realize that people who really adore you and follow you and you consider them as fan, but they are among the biggest threat, to the data abuses, because they are going to follow you from time to time. So if your Twitter or your Instagram has like 10 or 20,000 followers, you may be very happy, but you also have a reason to be worried as well, because these people will know you where you are, whatever you do, and wherever you go. So also there had been tension between the US and the European Union over the exploitation or the management of personal data. So the one in 2020, the court in European Union has invalidated the agreement between the EU and the US that allows the data transfer. You can imagine if this agreement is being invalidated, so the data transfer between two continents are being interrupted, and therefore it will it'll affect the business as well. Okay, so this is it, sorry. And then the next slide, you see, actually it shows you also there was a tension between the US and China over some issues, such as, if you remember, under President Trump, he came up with this declaration to ban WeChat and TikTok, which happened to be the most popular video platform at the time because President Trump, among others, mentioned among others that this was because Chinese government had misused the data of the TikTok users from the United States for their own purpose. Then, therefore, they wanted to nationalize, these two platforms. However, this did not materialize after the presidency changes. Then it did not continue. But what we want to take from here is that the absence of data protection law and governance may create tension not only in country but even between governments and so on.
Excuse me, Doctor, 2 minutes.
Thank you. As you see here, this is the map of the global map of those countries who already have the law. As you see, Indonesia here is still in red, but this was before, because as you see, 2021. So now Indonesia should be blue because this is among the countries who already have the data protection. So what I'm trying to show is that this is not only a national or regional work, but data protection law is an international agenda. So now we come to a new era in Indonesia where we already have a new law. So hopefully this will create some assurance to the data protection issues in Indonesia. And this was taken or quoted from the law itself, that the data protection is an amanah konstitusi, or a constitutional obligation in Indonesia. So just a very quick glimpse of the law. So this is, I think, the gist what I want to say. With the law here, what does it do for the digital economy? So actually this law actually helps so much for the digital economy of Indonesia. It would regulate data processing between people, therefore create a level field. Then also the law will enumerate rights, therefore it will empower consumers. Then the law also provides dispute mechanism, ensuring equality and also accountability. The law also oversees and encourages innovation, because with this law, then people will think about all this data anonymization, data storage, data security. Security will have to be enhanced, for example, and data encryption and so on. And also it will create the landscape of data accountability, because people can no longer use the data as they wish. I think I'm finishing with this prospect and challenges. Regardless of that, we still have few challenges because this law is very new. Of course, having law is something, but having it implemented is another thing. A good law is as good as how it is implemented. So if we only have the law on paper, it doesn't really tell anything about us. But at least when it comes to the country, it shows some commitment from the country. So we really applaud the government's initiative to have it. But over here, I enlisted some of the problems and challenges in future that it is not yet done. And we still need some regulatory laws, regulatory rules in order to make the law actually workable. And last but not least is my closing remark. As you see here, digital economy transformation requires a massive data governance framework. So it will tell you the do's and the don'ts and the boundary of what to do. And then Indonesia moves one step further by creating the long overdue PDP law. Then the new legislation inspires transparency, accountability, and trust in the digital economy of Indonesia, which is a good thing, of course. And then a laudable and timely initiative with the G20 presidency, but of course with rooms to improve. And last but not least, the real question is over how to implement the law post G20 summit. And with that, I stop my presentation. Thank you for the attention and thank you for having me. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Soni Zulhuda, for the presentation. Now we are going to our third speaker. Our third speaker is Dr. Wayan Suparta. Now he is lecturer in Electrical Engineering, Institut Teknologi Nasional Yogyakarta. He also has many publications in Scopus, in Web of Science, and he's also editors in many journals, international journals and national journals. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Wayan Suparta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. For the first, our Excellencies Gusti Kanjeng Ratu Mangkubumi as a Mataram Foundation, Yogyakarta, and also our Honorable Professor Dr. Edi Swandi, Rector of Widya Mataram University. I think I need to move to floor stage because I already cool here, not happy in this stage. Excuse me. Please my slide. Okay. Just before I start my presentation, I like to introduce my campus, ITNY, because I am standing here is from Institut Teknologi Nasional Yogyakarta. So this, our campus is around 300 meters from here. So welcome to my campus if you have time in the afternoon or tomorrow. This is the main building. We have also field campus in Kulon Progo, Yogyakarta, especially for the geological study. This is the address, yeah. We have lab, workshop lab, electrical lab, mini lab we have, but cannot see here. Behind me, I think. We have more than 20 technology lab with certification. So that's why people or customer, if they study in ITNY, we have a motto. If you want to study technology, please come to ITNY, like that. Because of this facility we have. So next. Okay. For the internal promotion, this for myself, I have developed 4 components so far. So the first is icon space. I developed in 2009. This is running biennial, 2 years one. And then the second component I have developed what I call Staklim 2014. This also running until now. This still in UKM, this still in UKM. And the third, I have also developed Choose Me component when I working in Universitas Pembangunan Jaya, Tangerang. And the last, just we conduct this in this component for the port is a concert, yeah, concert 2002 we hold in Bali just last month in December 2000. Okay, sorry, too fast. I am actually study on space science. Where space science, this one, we call what the most issues is climate change. So how technology can be used to solve the problem in climate change. So in my study, I use a satellite like a GPS. So our study focus on pool. I mean in South Pole, Antarctica, and also North Pole in Arctic. This is my experience to pole to Antarctica. I start 2007 after my PhD. I have 5 times go to Antarctica, South Pole. The last is 2017. And then 3 times go to North Pole, Arctic. This from the map we can see Antarctica is on the bottom and Arctic or North Pole on the top. So I also study not only on the Boss Pole, but also in equatorial, equatorial here, UKM, and later we will show this is the McMurdo station. But I have not stay in the McMurdo station, but I working together with Antarctic New Zealand. So fly from Kuala Lumpur, go to New Zealand, then go to Antarctica, and the last is to Argentina. This is the lab in Antarctica, and this is the lab, my lab in Arctic for the settle the climate change studies. This is the last in the 2017 in Argentina, not in Argentina, but Argentina station in Antarctica, in Antarctic Peninsula. So we installed the instrument. Actually, this study we focus on the how to measure lightning, because this the climate change issues. There is no pond that people say there is no water in Antarctica. There is no rain. So from my study by this lightning, we found that they have also thunderstorm there. Thunderstorm. This means that in part of Antarctica already in warming, what we call global warming. So beside the Antarctic and Arctic studies, I also collaborate with LAPAN. When I was go to Kutu Tabang, Bukit Tinggi, they also have facility using radar, and also this Japan observation, they also have GPS here. And I also working with University of Malaysia Sabah when I study ENSO, like El Nino and La Nina. So now is I think January La Nina season because of rainy season. Okay, so what we can learn through the pool? Why we go pool? No, just not in only in here equatorial. This is important thing, because the pole is signal is very strong. The signal. So because of signal is very strong, then we can very easy to measure the solar activity, temperature, pressure, water vapor, and so on. Very easy to see compared to here. Here more disturbance, more noise. So in Antarctica, because there is still low people there, pure natural, so we can see the oscillation is very good, small noise. Because, but I don't know now, people already go for travel, not only for the research now, go for the travel every summer. So we use GPS here. This is satellite GPS from USA, pre-signal. We just provide a receiver on the ground. Then we can measure what happened during the signal travel from satellite to receiver. So when they go to near the Earth or troposphere, they have delay like that. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4 satellite to measure the distance. Why we need 4 satellite? Just for the position, X, Y, Z, and time. Actually, satellite around here, we can see 8 to 12 satellite. We have 24 GPS satellite running at the same time. So receiver on the ground. So here more water vapor, and beside the troposphere we have what we call electron content or ionosphere. So this more disturbance on the signal for the ionosphere. So two parameters that can influence the GPS signal, ionosphere and troposphere. So this is the method how to compute a water vapor, what I call PWV. Yeah, I found this parameter how this not rainfall. Yeah, not rainfall, because rainfall already fall in the ground when the rain occur. This water vapor is water content in the space in terms of gas. So we need to predict accurately the water vapor because become their rainfall like that. This is the study. Like that. This the GPS in their constellation. They have 24 satellite. 24 every hour must running. We have a day 24 hour. So we have satellite held in constellation 24. But actually we have 30 satellite. If one satellite may be problem, then they can replace automatically, like that, from launching from Florida. So this is the how we process the data. For example, this one, the measurement, and this is the process we use the MATLAB. Yeah. This is the result. So from our result, PWV, what I call water vapor in gas, so we can see the oscillation like that. This starting 2003 until 2010, yeah, the data. So during summer, so the PWV is high. Summer when the sun active, and during winter here GGA, June, July, August. Summer, December, January, February, DJF. So we can see the oscillation is follow the temperature. Yeah, if temperature increase, then water vapor increase. Water vapor increase due to sun activity. We found that and already published in the journal. So as I mentioned, so the influence of temperature and water vapor, of course, by the solar activity. So like that, we can see this is solar cycle. During experiment, our solar cycle is on the 23, but now we go to 25 solar cycle. So during this high solar cycle, it should be El Nino. Every month maybe very hot, something like that. But now is decrease, yeah, not so high. So La Nina possibly occur. And this, I already write the book. I cannot explain all, but you can read my book, first book, second book. This just last year, yeah, in December, published. Okay. This is just what I doing in Bospol in Antarctica and Arctic. From Jawa Post already what they call put my name in the news, and also my history is my picture in Antarctica go to Malaysia stamp. So the stamp, Malaysia stamp 90 cents. So if you can buy the stamp in post office, not post office Indonesia, post office Malaysia, because I am working in UKM more than 20 years before come to back to Indonesia. This the memorable for me. Why my picture they put on the stamp. Okay, this for the atmospheric studies. And the next also I import also in satellite development, RASAT 1. This RASAT is a communication satellite developed by ATSB with Korean, yeah. So I developed my water vapor sensor, put in this satellite, put in the satellite, and launching, but this satellite is what we call politically not working, actually, loss of communication. So no data. They are working for almost 1 year, but no data sent to the ground. Because this is very secret information, then I just write the book. So you can see what happened in this satellite. I just mentioned sebuah analisis kehilangan isyarat in bahasa Malay, rasa satuan. So I write with my master student for this satellite, for my sensor, actually. My sensor put in this satellite. I am not directly involved in the deployment of satellite. I develop my sensor and put my sensor, go bring to Sahalam ETSB, then dia go with Korean for the launching. Just for in my analysis, why satellite become sun-trust or sampah matahari. I predict the satellite orbit in SAA, South Atlantic Anomaly, during their orbiting. When they go to this area, this is the dangerous area in the space. So that's why if they go there, like we flight turbulent, right? Turbulent like that. So I think same also for the satellite with the SAA, they will impact the electronic component. So this when they impact to electronic component of the satellite, then satellite become pole to become sampah matahari or sun-trust. This the experience. Is the sampah matahari. Okay, the last work, my presentation today, because of deployment satellite is very expensive, very high. So I now go for drone development. Develop satellite is very complex, expensive. We need launcher. Also needs more infrastructure, more collaboration. So this why now I go for drone development. This is pretty easy. First I develop a quadcopter. This is the component. This is the P-hub, the main flight controller, GPS receiver, and the motor is this for the hole for the GPS. And then battery, propeller, ESC, electronic speed controller to control motor, to control propeller. And this, of course, remote control to control the drone. And for the first and the last, just I start for this October, now from quadcopter go to the hexacopter. This is the method why my system work. I just skip it, except you have question, I will answer it. So for the quadcopter, this the schematic. If you can, very easy to study this, very easy. But the money, the budget is very expensive. So when we trouble in flying, in testing, falling like that, so material should be replaced with new one. Cannot like in the ground, in the ground. So this flight controller connect to the receiver, receiver connect to the microcontroller, and then the motor connect to the P-hub, and also this BLDC connect to the P-hub. And we have a power, use LiPo, and then also we use a sensor, sensor water vapor. We put on using the Arduino. So put on this P-hub also. Cannot continue. Why cannot next? Ada masalah di situ. Oke, sorry. Okay, this is the product I can show you. This is a meteorological sensor, water vapor sensor on the ground. This is also water vapor sensor on the drone. So we need to compare between the drone and also between the space like that. So when they apply, like that, we can measure the water vapor for the study of climate change. This we study the weather first, for testing. This is the result. We can see. I have 2 places for experiment. First place in ITDA, Institut Teknologi Dirgantara Adi Sucipto, because they have a field for testing the drone. And also the second place near my house, Sambisari, Purwomartani. This is the result. What we can see, the general result is when the drone increase, the water vapor will decrease like that. The pressure will be high when altitude of drone copter will be more. But this drone only running below 100 meter, because if more than 100 meter, we need to get the authority from the space agency. Not easy, you know. Now after we use for the atmospheric study, for weather prediction, for climate change prediction. Now I also use my drone for delivery. Why for delivery? Now we can see that digital economy, when during the COVID-19, all payment online and so on. So why not? Drone can be used to send the package good, not only for the medical, not only for the surveillance, but my planning like that also. Now many companies in American, like PD Amazon, PD China, Amazon, Google also use now drone to deliver their product, because drone now become more possible transportation beside the Gojek or Grab in Indonesia. Traffic will be problem because the road still same the size, but the vehicle will increase. So people also increase. So the road still same. So that's why we need to thinking in the future for use drone for the transportation. Just we need to what we call a regulation to become all good in operation like that. Okay, sorry. This I test my drone with bring this water for drink, this for the mosquito ya, what we call mosquito, obat penyemprot nyamuk ya. We put in this drone, then they can play like that. So they can play to send I set this with a waypoint automatically coordinate. Then if technically, of course, this one we use the PID control. I not explain all this, except you will ask later. Okay, this tracking with the blob from Google Map. So from here, the launcher, they go to this one and put the packet here, and then back and drone back to the launcher point. So easy. So like that, we have test in the this one. Hexacopter that we have test. Then this one for the drone, boleh dipencet yang ini mas. Can you try this one test? Yang ini yang tengah. Ini nih. Di bawah ini ada, coba. The drone fly but cannot see, this one. The testing, this is the hexacopter landing already. The next one, yang ini. Bawah ada tombol, this one. Oh, very slow ya. Very slow the movement of this one. So dia bring my package to other place like this one. So I stop because this amount around 10 minutes. If I running 10 minutes, then my presentation may be too long. I stop just this one. So this the my drone specification for good delivery. So if we have a pilot with the good this one, just 5 to 10 minutes, yeah. The battery, because of the limited by the battery. The problem is battery. The drone can range 3 kilometer until 5 kilometer, but the battery is problem. This one, the limitation is battery. This one.
Dr. Wayan, 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, okay. This is the last. Okay. Now my drone development, because I already developed the drone, this one. So now I have also people from University Teknologi Malaysia. So join me with international exchange grant with this drone. So this project start this year. We have the MOA to run this drone between the UATM Perak, because UATM they have many university in what they call negeri, or provinsi. So I think that all my presentation and not to conclude because the work still ongoing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wayan Suparta, for the presentation. And now we are going to discussion sessions. First, I want to ask 3 questions from the audience. Please your hands and then later mention your name and to whom your question is addressed.
My name is Ibn Izati from West Java, and I am very interested with Professor Ambar's presentation. I am as the young generation, and I would like to ask about how to stay healthy and stay young in the midst of the abundance of junk food. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, please. In my left side.
My name is Sarjanto from Universitas Widya Mataram. My question to Dr. Sony. You said that Malaysia is managed data well, right? Can share us what is key to success compared to Indonesian is different situation, yeah. What is Indonesian problem to digitalization? Thank you.
Thank you. For the next question, please raise your hand. Okay. I think 2 questions for now. The first question to Professor Ambar Rukmini, how to stay healthy and young, especially for young generation, away from junk food. Please, Professor.
Thank you for the questions. We know that we can help if we eat, but not every food can we consume to get healthy. So we must choose what we can eat to build our health. The junk food is a food with high protein, high fat, high salt, but low in fiber. It's not balanced nutrition for us. So if we consume not balanced nutrition, we cannot get healthy. So the junk food is maybe many millennials prefer consumes. Yeah. So what can we do when we prefer junk food, but we can the healthy our body, our life. We may consume junk food, but we can balance with another food sources. For example, we can a lot of consume fruit. Many juice of fruit is very delicious. So we can consume junk food with the juice, fruit juice, to get the balanced nutrition. Yeah, maybe not only the toddler or adults. We all of us, when we give food like junk food, we can accept that, but we must think that we need the nutrition for our body to make our healthy. So we can choose many food sources to get the nutrition value for our body. I think like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Next question for Dr. Sori Zulhuda. What Indonesia's problem for digitalization, especially compared to Malaysia? Please, Doctor.
Thank you for the question. It's not very easy when you are asked to compare, but we recognize that each country has their own problems and challenges, and at the same time have their own achievements. When it comes to digitalization or any technological initiatives, we are looking at three components. Number one is the technology itself. Second is the human or the people. The third is the process. So from each of these, we see that we are actually doing well. I think both Indonesia and Malaysia are doing well. Technology-wise, we are looking forward to have more homegrown technologists, because this is what I think we are lacking. Instead, we have been very actively absorbing whatever comes from outside the country. We try our best to grow our home talents, but of course, this requires a comprehensive environment or ecosystem. And this is what I see Malaysian governments has been very active since back in 1990s, when they started with their big project of multimedia super corridor, MSC, back in 1996. Not only Malaysia came up with a very good visioning of how what Malaysia should achieve, but also they came up with a variety of policies to incentivize local homegrown technologies. So research being promoted, and then even foreign players are supposed to
be based in Malaysia to make sure enough local talents are being involved, and at one time in future ensuring the transfer of knowledge and technologies, yeah, from the foreign players to the local players. So to some extent this has been done quite comprehensively and progressively by Malaysia since 1990s, yeah, middle of 1990s. And at the same time, we talk about not only technology but also people. So this has to be backed with synchronized education, including development of curriculum and awareness, yeah, to know, to get people to get used to the what comes with the digitalization. But I would say, of course, in this situation, we still a lot to do. We still have a lot to do, room to improve, because awareness comes it's a very liquid process. You may have educated the on one side or one aspect, but not on the other aspect. So I think it's it's a continuous process. And last but not least is the process. I mentioned three things: technology, people, and process. So when it comes to process, the government, Malaysia, because you asked me to compare, since 1990s, they started with the very strong initiative for legal infrastructures, and especially this is where I come from. Back in 1990s, the government of Malaysia started with new legislations such as the Communications and Multimedia Act, and then Copyright Act, Computer Crimes Act, Digital Signature Act, as well as Personal Data Protection Act back in 1990s. So because that is also to create that ecosystem, we want the process to run smooth. Then standardization follow, as well as other policies follow. So I think these three things need to be taken together in order to make sure the process of digitalization works well. Yeah, so we have room to improve in these three areas. Thank you.
Yeah, Doctor. Now we are going to online platform. There are three questions from Zoom meetings. The first question is for Dr. Soni Zuluda. Part of the advantages of using technology, there are also disadvantages as mentioned before, including security and violations of privacy. From my point, from Hashim, this question, from my point of view, the biggest threat of the technology is an extraordinary of waste or mubazir. Due to the rapid development of technology, it even will threat the sustainability of human life. Thank you.
Certainly, technologies come with both sides, the advantages and disadvantages. So as I mentioned, I need to repeat again the three things that we have to improve together. First, the technology itself. But as we said, as also the question says, technology can be made in either way, left or right, good or bad, ethical, non-ethical, it's always there. That's why we need a process. This process comes from a variety of layers. For the whole state, we need a law. Law cannot be ignored. Then we need that standardizations. We need more policies, and we need even lesser and more practical processes such as regulations and so on. But what also is very important is the people, because people need to be also educated. So it is right that our use of technology has not been a very maximum. But if we recall, in Indonesia, there is this new amending law for ITE, ya, Undang-Undang ITE tahun 2016. This is the amendment to 2008 law. In this amendment, one among the things being improved is the role of government, ya, peran pemerintah. So role of government when it comes to technologies, we have to look at it from both ways. Government should provide both stick and carrots, yeah. Stick and carrots. Stick means to provide with sanctions, punishments whenever any. That's why the government become active in blocking access, for example, because of Undang-Undang ITE tahun 2016. But we must not forget the role of government also to provide carrots, yeah, to incentivize, yeah, give more incentives to industries, to educationists, to schools when it comes to promoting the good use of technology. What I learned from Malaysia, at least my own experience, I'm a certified trainer for Netizen Malaysia, which is it is a program by Ministry of Education on the good use of internet. So we actually train our students to take these modules on how to use the internet. So a variety of issues. That's why, I mean, government needs to think of this big scheme, not only to punish, but also to incentivize people as well as the industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Next question is for Dr. Wayan Suparta. It's connected with drones, sir. The drone function, is it just military function or be commercial function?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much for the question. Yes, in the beginning, drone is used for the military, for surveillance, mapping, also because military, they have authority, big authority to control the drone. But now, with the digital economy, the company also use now drone to deliver their good, their packet to the customer. So become now a commercial drone. So now is everything commercial. So not only use a Grab or Gojek, a drone also one choice in the future. I think that's all.
Thank you. Now go to the audience. First question, maybe from Professor Edi Sondiamit. Mike, please.
Thank you, Pak Beno. Prof. Ambar, when we were as a student, maybe in primary school, high school, maybe until we studied in universities, many of our teachers, maybe also lecturers, tell us about the status or position of Indonesia as a agricultural country or agrarian country. But in fact, as mentioned in your presentation, we still much imports many agricultural products. Maybe up to now we still import of rice more than 2 million pounds every year. Also, Indonesia, one of importers of corn, cassava, even salt. So I don't have any background about agriculture. So I want to ask you, in terms of maybe production approach, what's the problem for Indonesia to fulfill our food, so we can self-sufficient in agricultural products, especially food products? That's for Prof. Ambar. The second one, I want to ask my colleague, Professor Sony. I think I know him several years ago, yeah, but only from online. Pak Sony, yesterday we discussed also about digitalization. One of the speaker, I forgot the name, maybe Dr. Huria, yeah, suggests about the financial technology, fintech. What is it? But if we look at the data we found in the internet easily, yeah, about the financial literacy in Indonesia, financial literacy. Last year, the financial literacy index only 48%. But financial inclusion index, the people use the financial services, doubling, around almost 90%. So I doubt, in case of our country, to implement fully digitalization in many sectors, including in financial sector. I want to know your views about this. Maybe you did research already about the implementation, digitalization in Indonesia, or maybe the prospect of digitalization in many sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The first question is for Professor Ambar Rukmini. What's the problem for Indonesia to fulfill agricultural product? Please.
Thank you, Professor Edi. Indonesia is an agrarian country. We have many crops planted in our plantation, but we know that our food product or agricultural products usually have a poor quality, so that the food industry, especially the food industry, not accept the raw material have been produced by our farmers, so that this is the big problem that we have. So what can we do to overcome the problems? We can actually the governments or via our member of universities generally give the like socialization or many programs to maintain the plantation, to maintain the agrarian culture that they have been do, but maybe our culture is someday generally not accept, or it's, I don't think, it's still many problem for us. So our status position of agriculture country is, as I mentioned in my presentation, it's lower than the other countries, especially in our Asian or our world. So many industrial must import the raw material that we have. We have the raw material, but they are not accept for processing in the food industry. So it's still the problems Yeah, it's maybe we get much effort to maintain our culture to make everything is okay. I think. Thank you, Professor Eddie.
Thank you, Prof, for the question. I did not really expect that. But thank you again. This is also another thought that I think we need to share. Now I remember, I think back in 1980s or 1990s, when our president, the late president B.J. Habibie, ever tells us as a nation that we are a maritime nation, that we are, Indonesia is islands nation, then the best way to unite the country is by developing the aerospace, the transport technology. And at that time, Professor Habibie chose to develop aeroplane in order to unite the country. But of course, we know aeroplane industry is not cheap. It has not been really fully adopted since and until now. But I wonder if Professor Habibie is still alive today. Maybe he will say that the best way to unite our country is by way of digital inclusion, because it is cheap. But of course, we have to consider all the infrastructure. With the digital inclusion, we can reach each and everyone in the nation, of all 17,000 islands, of all hundreds of communities, racial communities, and different languages. We can unite by the digital and digitalization, digital solutions. So this is the note I want to tell, that I'm very optimistic for Indonesia, that digitalization is the way ahead, and it's an immediate way ahead. It is not very far from now. Indonesians have been very active and vibrant, and I'm talking especially about the youth. Very vibrant, very active in the cyberspace. We actually have created lots of talents and also millionaires. Mungkin sekarang millionaire tidak terlalu ya Pak, tidak terlalu banyak, jutawan. But billionaires, by the social media, for example, we already created banyak jutawan hartawan using just the social media. So actually the potential is there. The technology gives us the best to generate values as well as profits. So with that, I'm very optimistic that we can actually conquer the digital space, especially with the youth that we have. But of course, then we have to still educate and provide a good process, and the law has to be there to tell them what's good, what's not good. Because for the youth today who never lived in the generation like we did, everything is allowed. Everything is okay, because they never know how it was in the past. There is no such comparative perspective. So we need to tell them these ethical values and so on. So Prof, with that note, I am optimistic, even in the area of digital financial technology, it's going to get bigger. It's going to get bigger in near future. With or without laws, with or without processes, the technology allows us to do that. And people can easily use that. So what is missing here is the process. And government has this very important role to put forward the process, the rules, the regulations, and so on. So I agree with that speaker that financial technology is the way ahead. Financial inclusion is important, because not everyone in this nation has access to banks or has access to, the traditional financial institutions. So I think this is another way to unite the whole country by way of digital inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last question is from the audience in front of me, please. Short question, please.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Sohaimi dari Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I've got 3 sets of questions for each speaker, if you don't mind, Mr. Moderator. My very first question is perhaps I would address to Dr. Wayan Patra.
Apologize, sir. Maybe just one short question.
A very short question.
One short question, direct to one speaker.
One speaker?
Just one speaker. Choose the time.
You're asking me to make a choice. So, okay, if you limit me one speaker, then I have to choose. Sorry about that. I wish I could have asked that question. But anyway, I think I would like to ask this question to Dr. Sonia Zulhuda, yeah? Even though I have got 3 questions. So, first thing is about whistleblowing policy. I'm sure
Can you speak closer to the mic, please? Yes.
Yeah, it's about whistleblowing policy. I think I'm sure you have heard about it. Now, there is a dilemma or a dichotomy between whistleblowing policy and data privacy. Right? And a lot of times when you want to do whistleblowing, you got to go into private data, right? And naturally you will find some kind of fraudulent work involved from the data. And that's what whistleblowing is about. So what is your stand on this? And a lot of times, of course, senior management, CEO, or even the minister is not happy about it because, the whistleblowing person discovers some fraudulent activities. Yeah. Number 2, a very quick one. Number 2 is regarding adjudication, because data flows, as you pointed out, data flows cross borders, right? What if somebody, you think you want to prosecute, but he says, I want to be in the court of United Kingdom instead of Jakarta or Malaysia? Can that be given a choice? Thank you.
Thank you. To Dr. Sani, please.
Thank you. I'll do my best. So, Encik Suhaimi, thank you. First, about whistleblowing policy. Okay, we have 2 different concepts here. When it comes to data protection, the idea is protecting the privacy of individuals. So, with that principle, you are not supposed to disclose data. You are not supposed to disclose information without the authority or the consent of the person involved. For example, I want to mention to another person about my friends, about Pak Banu, private matter. I cannot, because it's his privacy. I need to get his consent. However, under whistleblowing policy, a person is encouraged to speak to the superior, to somebody who has authority about another person's matter. But this is the difference, Pak Suhaimi. In whistleblowing, it is no more about private matter. It is not about private matter. When you want to disclose, for example, to the authority or to an employer about someone else's misdemeanor or misbehavior, it is no longer about private matter, because this misbehavior is affecting the whole community or organization. So now it's already different. When it is purely a private matter, so PDP principle applies. But when it is already about public interest, about common interest, about somebody neglecting or committing wrongs, then it is no longer a private. So these are already 2 different concepts. That's why under PDP law, any PDP law in any country, including Malaysia and Indonesia, there is a list of exceptions. There is a list of exceptions. Yeah. When you want to disclose something about for the purpose of administration of justice, enforcement of law, for the purpose of statutory duty, this is allowed. Yeah, it's not considered as a breach of privacy. Okay, the second question is about adjudication, about choice of forum. We call it in legal term, choice of forum. If you choose to if you you choose one specific country's court or arbitration in order to hear your dispute, this is possible, but it is based on the contractual agreement. So when it comes to contract, then there must be some agreement. Let's say there is no contract, then we have some international rules of arbitrations where it may allow us to choose any of the available areas. However, when it comes to public matters such as crime, then it is not actually a choice. You have to go by the rule, be it a law in one country or a law in a specific international courts, then we have no choice when it comes to public matters. So as long as it is a private matters, there is still room for us to choose. Okay, our agreement, Malaysia, Indonesia, tak apa, kita buat kalau dispute, kita pergi Singapura sambil jalan-jalan kan gitu. Boleh, as far as the civil rule is concerned, civil law is concerned. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you. Thank you for all of the speakers. I'll get short conclusion. We need to concern about low technology and food technology, of course. And this is our concern as academic professionals. For now, please applause once again to our speaker. And now I would ask to our speakers to step forward, please, to hand over souvenirs and photo session. Please step forward.
Well, the souvenir will be delivered by Rector of Widya Mataram University. So please, Professor Dr. Edi Suwandi Hamid, to give the souvenirs for the speakers. All right, thank you very much for Dr. Benu Arta MM. You may once again give applause for our moderators and speakers. Moving right along, the agenda will be continued by the fourth plenary session that will be led by the lecturer from Northern Illinois University as the moderator. So please welcome Dr. Dan McCoy. Well, Dr. Dan McCoy, the floor is yours now.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for continuing to join us at our fourth and final plenary session. It is my honor to introduce the participants on our final session panel. First, may I welcome to the stage Dr. Shupei Wang. Next, we have also from NIU, Dr. Abu Bakar Ba. Please come forward. Next, we have Dr. Eric Jones, also of NIU. And finally, we have Dr. Siro Udin Arif of UEEE. I'd like to briefly introduce our speakers. Dr. Shupei Yang is an associate professor at NIU in the Department of Communication and affiliated faculty in the Institute for the Study of the Environment, Sustainability, and Energy. Dr. Abu Bakar Ba is a presidential research scholarship and artistry professor at NIU in the Department of Sociology and a faculty associate at the Center for Nonprofit and NGO Studies. Dr. Eric Jones is an associate professor at NIU in the Department of History and the executive director for global initiatives at the College for Liberal Arts and Sciences at NIU. And lastly, we have Dr. Siro Udin Arif, is a professor of political science at the Universitas Islam Internasional Indonesia and a co-presenter with Dr. Ba today. Dr. Yang, the floor is yours.
Can I have my presentation, please? Thank you. Yeah. Let me just try it very quick. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present and talk about my work. So since we're talking about sustainability, so far we have heard topics related to very different areas, including like education. We talked about the digital banking. We talk about like data privacy. We talk about like the space, like science. There are so many perspectives to share and to talk about sustainability, but today I want to use this opportunity to kind of give you an idea when we kind of start to talk and cover the importance of sustainability, how we really communicate this with the public. And that's the important thing because every single one is a member of the society. We do want everyone to have a basic awareness of the important value of sustainability and start to participate. So as a scholar who studies science communication, environment communication, today I wanted to use this opportunity. It gives you an overview and idea what we have been doing with this field, how to connect scientific community with the public using an approach called strategic environment communication. Now you see there are 3 words involved in this. Communication, it seems easy. What I am doing here today is communication. I'm talking to you. Then environment is straightforward too. We're talking about the one topic, even though the topic is pretty broad. The topic is like includes a lot of things. Sustainability overlaps with it, but there are many others like climate change. Some of you mentioned as well. But what is strategic? We have heard this word a lot, but how is it really applied in communication is something I would like to share with you. Now, first of all, let's get an idea straight. When you are a scientist, you have the expertise sometimes the public don't have. So is that the case once we give the knowledge to the public, they start to learn, including like school education and many other opportunities to get informal science education, such as social media, such as television, such as going to museums, going to science festival. If people know the knowledge, if they know something, will that change their behavior? Will that change their thoughts on things? If we tell people, this is a reason why climate change is happening, this is a reason why we need to be sustainable, will we do that directly? So this question has been answered through multiple research. Many evidence has showed it's not the case. When we have the knowledge, that doesn't necessarily mean we will make our decision based on the knowledge. It's something called the deficit model, assuming people get the knowledge, people will change their behavior depending on the knowledge they receive. But that's not always the case. Does this one work? Oh, so the good example will be smoking. Pretty much today, everybody knows smoking is bad. But does that make people quit smoking? I'm pretty sure people who are quitting smoking not because they just found out smoking is bad for their health. There's so many other reasons that cause people to make the decision, even if they know smoking is bad, they continue still wanted to smoke, or they suddenly some other reason they decide to quit smoking. This is a great example to show when we get the knowledge, we don't necessarily change our behavior. And that's also part of the reason why strategic communication exists, that we can help participants to get better decision-making process and also help communicators like us, but also like other people like policymakers to be more persuasive and deliver their messages better. So what do we do? Other than saying like, we still gotta give them the message. If they don't know what is sustainability, we still tell them what it is, but we don't know that whether giving them the knowledge will make it work or not. There are many other things that we can do when we are communicating, including we wanted to have a better relationship with the public. As scientists, we want them to trust us, trust our research findings, so they can support us better and also make their decisions because they trust us. It's considered as a mental shortcut, because when we trust scientists, I don't need to process the knowledge again. I just listen to you. When doctors tell us that you need to eat 1 apple a day, I don't really go to study what's the nutrition fact related with apple because I trust my doctor. I'm going to eat the apple. And the other things that are related is to develop a mental simulation through this communication. If I'm like kind of talking to you very strongly today, you must change your behavior. We must protect the environment. That creates like an emotional expression from me. You may feel anger, or you may feel sad about the situation, or you feel many other different emotions. That could also help us process the message, like this influence our decision. So all this being said gives you an idea that communication is no longer just about transmitting message from one to the other. There's so many more things we can do, and so many more things we should do with so much information flowing around these days. So here I want to present a model we have worked on so many years that's really considered as a strategic science communication. A lot of times people get confused between strategy and tactics. So when we're talking about like strategic science communication, the first thing we need to understand is what do we want to get out of this? everyone, like a lot of people here are scientists, and many people are like working in field related to science. We have an overall goal that all of us, not individually, but all of us wants to achieve together. That's on the very left side. Things include that we want generally more support for science. We want there more fundings for science. We want more people join like the workforce related to science. So all those things on the left side, very left side, takes long time, takes collective effort for all of us, regardless it's natural science, social science, all together to make it happen. However, that's not a one single time communication. That's not because I tell you so you will donate to science. That requires us to have a multiple, many times activities to make that happen. Therefore, all these goals we wanted to achieve are reflected in every single time when we have opportunity to talk about the science. In this case, it could be one-time opportunity. I watched a YouTube video about climate change. It could be at the museum, we get to learn what sustainability really means. It could also be we go to university and listen to a lecture from a professor. Every single time we have an interaction with the scientific community, as an audience, I probably wanted to get something out of it. And at the same time, as a communicator, you probably also want to get something out of it. Now I want to ask you kind of to think about this. Whenever you get a chance to talk with people who do not have the same level of expertise, like meaning not your peers, such as the public or your family member, your children, like, what's your purpose of your conversation? Have you always thought about that? And that's a key point of being strategic. One thing I wanted to really highlight here is, like, a lot of times when we say we have a purpose of science communication, the default thinking people think is, then they need to know what I wanted to tell them. They need to know the knowledge. If I am an environmental scientist, then I want them to know the science behind climate change. So that's why you can really believe climate change is happening. And this is the truth, like when we did a survey in the US with like over thousands of US scientists, we found out that most of them, when they consider doing science communication, the very top biggest thing they consider is whether we can increase people's knowledge or awareness towards science, whether I can give my expertise to you. But as I said earlier, that's not gonna work. That's not the only way or the only thing that's enough to make people change their mind, change their behavior. There are many other things these days we need to consider as the objective we want to get out. For example, if you are in like a field of astronomy, like every time we go to places like the museum, we wanted to look at the sky through those kind of the equipment over there. Do you really want to learn something out there, or sometimes you just feel excited about the beautiful galaxy, the beautiful stars? And sometimes for them, that's enough. If we can get people excited about the science, that's good enough, because people can go out and learn, continue their learning by themselves or through other opportunities. Or sometimes, today I'm presenting, talking to people, I just want you to trust me. You feel my expertise, and long-term wise, you can respect scientists. Then next time when we have a decision-making time, you will just listen to scientists and make decision based on that. And there are many other opportunities if we're facing a crisis, a disaster, flooding issues like that. Maybe today's conversation, I only want you to get out of your house instead of for you to believe what is actually happening, what's the danger of flood. I just want you today to get out of your house. And these objectives really influence and decide how you wanted to say, what you wanted to say to your audiences. And that will lead to how you are going to write your message or how you're going to say your message. We may say the news, how they report in a very standard way, but that's not the only way we receive science information. Science information can come from the daily conversation we're having, and that can be used many different ways to deliver the message. So here I give you a kind of brief example using this like a visual content over here. As you can see, many of them are about like like campaigns or messages, visual messages related to climate change. Some is about to protect animals from like water pollution. Some are about like preserve the forest. But you probably can tell here, none of them are about giving you information or knowledge about the science part. They all use the visual part to either feel sad, really sad about the animal, or feel really like a kind of like anger about what happened. They all trying to use a visual like a message to deliver and let you feel like a certain types of objectives our communicator wanted to achieve. Now, with this purpose, I want to show you all these objectives again to think about it in your research field or in the field that you are like practicing. What would be the objective you really want to get out? I mean, you may consider all of them are important, but you have to prioritize during each time you have the interaction. How would you choose? This time when I talk to you, I only want you to really feel like a scientist, how science works. I don't care whether you learn it or not. I only want you to feel my work. And that's enough if I can get there. But that's also very different from maybe someone else study some different fields that what they want to get out from the conversation. Now let's move on to talk about a little bit of a specific topic in climate change, and that is like very challenging questioning a lot of us in science communication is a misinformation related to climate change. Basically, there are kind of several popular misinformation related. The first one is about that climate change, yeah, sure, the temperature change, go up, go down, that happens all the time over like millions of years. Why are we so scared right now? Then like the research will show that it's before now, like it's more like regionally, it's not right now globally has been happening. So this is kind of trying to say the factor-wise, like you were wrong, even though back then it happened, it's not as serious as today. That's why we needed to pay attention to that. And another popular misinformation is scientists, you are all funded by these companies or government wanted us to believe that way. You just all manipulating the data. That's why like you all say that climate change is like that. However, if one person says this, two people say that about this, but you have so many scientists from different data points, from the evidence all over the world showing that climate change is happening, it's hard to deny this or hard to argue that why all these people like bundled together and I still think climate change is a hoax. But the reason I presented these two here, and also many other like kind of common misconception, misinformation related climate change here is that you realize when people say I don't believe in climate change, that could come from many different reasons. It could be that I don't believe the science, they call it, the science behind it, or I don't believe the people who proposed it. Once again, it's not just about the knowledge. It's very likely it's about who is delivering the message and how you deliver the message. Now there could be, I know I intentionally keep this slide very small, you might not be able to read it. There could be many different ways to debunk. As a communication scholar, we also study how we can effectively, strategically debunk misinformation, just like those I presented to you, including we want to challenge the source. The source doesn't have the authority to say that, or we can challenge the logic. It doesn't make sense. You just because previously there's like a change, climate, weather, temperature change. Now today's change, doesn't matter either. Or we can challenge the content, the factor itself. There are many different ways to do that, but is it always effective? As an audience, when you hear them going through all these information pieces and trying to challenge the misinformation, does that always work? Because as a public, we don't always process information based on all this logical way of thinking in our process. We take mental shortcut all the time. Sometimes it could simply because something clicks. Then I suddenly feel it. Then I would like to change my view on this thing. For example, one of the effective strategies sometimes you use is to show how many people or how many scientists have believed in climate change. And this is built on a foundation or assumption that you still trust scientists. So when you see numbers like 97% of scientists believe in climate change, you feel like then I probably should be in team with them. But if you don't believe in science, you think scientists are funded by like a government, like who wants you to believe in something, then this number start to not work. So once again, even though many studies show like showing the numbers, showing how many people believe it will be persuasive, but not always the case. That depends on the individual who whether have a basic understanding of like whether they respect or trust scientists first. And then there are many other ways. So like I said, it could be something small that suddenly just touches you, that you feel like, I really can see climate change now. For example, you see a very skinny polar bear, so, oh, that's just really, really sad. You feel the sympathy. Or you see people's anger towards the air pollution, or you see the fire, or you see people like who are like losing everything, lost their home during the natural disasters. All this may not provide you the information behind why climate change is happening.
Excuse me,
what's
Shuka,
going on.
you have 3 minutes.
Okay, but they could be the reason, really reason. People are start to change and understand like climate change, understand like why we need to act more sustainable better. So there are many other ways. We've seen communication, climate change movement definitely is one of them. Very strongly, we see them being delivered. But we also see plastic bans like that. So last night when I was preparing this, I actually also look for one from Indonesia. Like you can see like they have like kind of like promotion about stop using plastic bags, try to use more recycled bags as well. And also like behaviors try to change the consumer like behavior in order to be more sustainable. All these are trying to use different messages to call for different types of actions. There's no longer one message fits all kind of situation. And last part I wanted to highlight, even though previous panelists have talked about the company, they're doing effort to help with sustainability, scientists still are very important part of it. And as you can see, many scientists this data showed are into this. They are like wanted to help and engage and help public to understand and engage in climate change, understanding of importance of pro-environment behavior nowadays, including the university. So at NIU, we actually have recently launched a center to really care about the community sustainability. And our university communication channel also uses this as an opportunity to talk about the climate change, talk about the sustainability activities we can do as like a research institute. Now, the last words I wanted to have is like, what I want to say today is a lot of times communication happens not because we are delivering message, but a lot of times because we wanted to deliver a belief, deliver a perception, and eventually the belief is about trust scientists and trust science. So last word. Environment communication is not about just scientists, just journalists, or your policy, your ideology, or simply about a communication. It's a combination of everything, and that's how we make things strategic. Thank you.
Next, we have to the stage to present Dr. Abu Bakr Ba, Dr. Sirahuddin Arif.
Thank you very much. Can we have the slide? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Wa nahmaduhu wa subhanahu wa ta'ala. I'm actually feel very home here. So it's wonderful to be here in Indonesia. And thanks very much to the host and to the NIU leadership. I'm here with my good friend, my colleague, Sirahuddin, and we're presenting a paper together on digitalized electoral democracy, Islam, political campaigns, and the media. And I'll speak for about half of the time, and my colleague will continue. So this is going to be a continuation of what has been said before yesterday on sustainability, and also today a little bit said on the digital space and laws. And we can actually think of sustainability in terms of the environment, but also we can think of the sustainability of the social order or the democratic political order. And what complicates that really is the digital information technology. I know that it's a wonderful thing, everybody wants it, but there's another side to it. So there are two kinds of problems. The one is a political question, and that is, how do we maintain democratic countries and also allow vibrant public discourse, especially among people who disagree on fundamentals. The second part of the problem is about the information technology. On the one hand, we do have the mechanics of storing, capturing information, data, and so forth. But on the other hand, we also have information as a discourse. That is to say, we talk about issues on social media and so forth. Now, each one of these, comes with good and bad and so forth. But when you combine these two things together, in the political space, you begin to get some potential problems. And we're going to focus a little bit on Islam and Indonesia here, because one of the things that we see in the contemporary political space is the emergence of reactionary political discourse, be it white nationalist, supremacist, racist, jihadist, and so on and so forth. So the political space is actually one that is plagued by various forms of reactionary political ideologies. And the digital the information technology also, on the one hand, it makes it easy, or the mechanics of conducting democratic elections, but also on the flip side, it raises the question of authenticity, credibility, data hacking, data storing, who believes it, and so forth. Okay? So the question that we pose in this work is essentially really, how do we deal with the problems of authenticity and labeling? That is, how those two things affect democratic politics. And more specifically to Indonesia, now let me backtrack. Many countries have these problems, but especially what we call majority Muslim countries. There are really two kinds of countries in the world: those that are democratic and those that are really not democratic. Now, many Muslim countries face two kinds of challenges. One is how to build a democracy, and number two is actually how to deal with the stigma or the label of Islam being quote-unquote violent and so on and so forth. Now, when you begin to interrogate that a little bit, you will see that the question of political violence or political extremism is not really an Islamic problem. It is a global problem. And we see that in the United States and Brazil and so forth. So looking at Indonesia, part of what we want to see is, how does Indonesia actually, as a country, has dealt with these kind of issues, maintaining the line between Islam and, I guess, conservative Islam and more radical form of Islam, and what can Indonesia learn from other countries, and also what other countries can learn from Indonesia in managing this political discourse within a contested space now that is going to be digital. So that's the general framework of the kind of the work. And the key concept really that we're dealing with here is it's a concept of recognition and the concept of authenticity. Okay? And when we talk of recognition, at the individual level, community level, in the political space, okay, it doesn't matter which country, every group wants to be recognized for what they are. If you're conservative, you're radical, you're progressive, whatever it is, you want to be recognized. And to be recognized means to somehow, for you to be in the political space and your values to be accepted and so forth. Well, too often, different groups actually have contradictory kind of values or contradictory kind of positions or desires. So in that sense, the political space becomes a very contentious one. So recognition in this case, so politics in this case then becomes, first a vigorous public discourse, but with the information technology, then the potential for that actually become much more prone to violence. So when you talk of jihadists using the internet to radicalize, when you talk of white extremists and so forth, all of those things becomes a place where, in addition to fake news and all those sort of things. So the politics of recognition is actually extremely important, both from the lens of democracy and also from the point of information technology. Because from a democratic standpoint, all societies are multicultural, divided societies. So when you have the political space contestation, and then also, of course, you have groups actually using the social media and other forms of digital platforms to somehow radicalize or to inflame. So democracy then becomes complicated in that sense. So that's the recognition part of the problem. In terms of authenticity, now, democracy of itself rests on a simple idea that people can trust and believe the information. So when we go and vote, recording the votes, counting the votes, tallying the votes, announcing the results, well, it assumes that we're going to trust all of those things. Well, the digital information, of course, is wonderful. We capture, store all of those things. Now, on the flip side, well, you can have hacking, you can have data breach, you can both benevolent or benign kind of things, or suspicious kind of things. But data security becomes an issue. Now, one of the problems here is that even when you don't really have a technical, problems, it is also really possible to have a social problem of, information authenticity. In other words, people can actually, choose not to believe results. So, and the whole phenomenon of fake news. So authenticity becomes a very challenging element for contemporary democracy because the media space or digital technology in general, both from the data standpoint, but also from the social media standpoint, has actually become one in which somehow reactionary political forces actually have occupied. And so two of the best examples is the United States, 2020, and what is still going on, and Brazil. Both of these are really countries that we assume to be consolidated democracies. Now, the political scientists will tell you what that really means. They are democracies, and there's no return back from that. Well, I don't know. We shall see. But the lesson, I think, from the United States and Brazil is that every other country should not assume that they will not run into this problem, even if you are not running into the problem now. Because in a sense, the digital space actually allows for these kinds of mischievous or reactionary kind of politics. Okay? So that is one side of the country. And the other ones, of course, are countries that are still democracies, still like in the making, new. People deny election results.
10 minutes.
And processes are not very clear, but all of those things again provides another level of complication. So I'll leave it here, and my colleague is going to take it from here and talk a little bit more about Indonesia. And thank you very much for the mention. Thank you, Cyril.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. So thanks for the organizer. And let me continue what my dear Professor Abubah talked about. So after learning that actually the coming of technological information might bring many problems for democracy, now I would like to talk about how Indonesia could survive these problems. From the last few years, we experienced how the circulation of fake news and play campaign through our social media has created unfriendly situation for us. But at least now we still have democracy. we realize that somehow democracy in Indonesia has declined somehow, but still, according to some researchers, we still are better than other countries. So the key point that I would like to say today is there are some elements that are necessary for democracy to sustain if we learn from what we had during the last 4 years. That we had independent and capable electoral committee, we had independent and capable independent monitoring system, we had independent judicial system, and finally, but finally, this is something that need to be developed. We lack a kind of political restraint among the political elite. But before I talk about this issue, let me tell you something about the situation in terms of the linkages between Islam and democracy in Indonesia. Let me before this one. So many observers suggest that Indonesia is a good example of how Islam actually compatible with democracy. Before democratic transition in Indonesia, many observers suggest that somehow Islam is not compatible with democracy. There are some inherent elements within Islam which make Muslim societies cannot uphold democracy. That's a few which was quite, say, common among certain scholars. But Indonesia shows that actually there is no inherent in Islam which is incompatible with democracy. What happened is there are different understanding of Islam. And Indonesia saw that there are a kind of interpretation which makes Muslim can live in democracy. So some scholars have shown that actually in Indonesia there are many elements in terms of ritual, in terms of social activities in which Islamic elements are compatible with democracy. In his dissertation, people like Saiful Mujani shows that rituals, whether it is obligatory or recommended or sunnah, actually ritual does not discourage Muslims to be democrat. In fact, the more religious Muslims, the more they support democracy. Many social activities, religious activities also do not discourage Muslims to be democratic. One contested element is what people call as political ideology or Islamism. There are some debate over this issue. Some people say that political Islam makes Muslim less supportive to democracy. But when controlling for political and economic grievances, Saiful Mujani actually observed that actually after controlling the grievances, political ideology even are not contradictory with support for democracy. So Indonesian Islam indicate how actually Islam can be compatible with democracy. And there are some elements why this happened. One is that people say Islam in Indonesia have unique kind of understanding, which is more contextualized. Or if you use the common language is Indonesian Islam is moderate one. And indeed, some observers have shown if you compare Islam in Indonesia and other countries, Islam in the way Islam interpret in terms of how liberal right, actually Indonesian Islam is stay just in the middle. So Indonesian Islam is less conservative compared to other societies like Afghanistan or Pakistan. But to some extent, Indonesian Islam is less secular compared to other parts of Islam like previous Soviet Union Muslim countries. So Islam is rightly in the middle. So it is right if many Indonesian Muslim call they are moderate. And Islam, the largest organization within Islam, NU and Muhammadiyah, actually a side of civic values. So they enable Muslims to develop civic cultures among themselves. That's why, again, Indonesian Islam is moderate one. And institutionally, even though we had debate when our founding fathers debated how the state was developed, and there was a debate whether the country should be established on religion, which is on Islam, or Pancasila. And finally, at least officially, even though we can debate whether actually the state is neutral regarding religion, but actually at the constitution, at the institutional level, we agree that actually the state should be neutral to all other religion. This help maintain the plurality, this help maintain the moderateness of religion in Indonesia. But we also note that in the early years of the transition, there was a demand to amend the constitution. Some elements within our political circle, they would like to bring back the Islamic element into the constitution. They would like to amend the constitution to establish that at least some parts of Sharia law should be put in the constitution. But again, the demand waned after a few years, and at the national level, we maintain that Pancasila was the foundation of the state, and we maintain the pluralist system. However, despite the moderateness of Indonesian Islam, we also see that there are some sense of conservative elements strengthened within the country. Some observers say that there was conservative turn in Indonesia. At politics, even though the Islamist demand with the national level declined, we see that at the regional level, the demand for Islamization actually strengthened. This can be seen by the rise of Sharia-based law across the country. So between 2000 and 2013, at least around not less than 400 regional Sharia law were established across the country. That indicate how actually what people call as conservative turn in the country did really happen. And with this situation, we find the situation in which religious identity can be utilized by politicians in order to gain some advantages. So even though the democratic transition, or some people say consolidation, actually completed within few years after the transition, at that time people were afraid that actually some Islamist element could amend the constitution. Some people were afraid that actually military can strengthen the political force in the parliament, but actually after a few years, military became no longer veto power in the parliament.
1 minute remaining. 1 minute.
So, but again, the problem became more difficult when people use the technology. The problem is that now people can spread very fast some news to mobilize the what we call as fake news. Okay, and the more critical is when it comes to religion, because actually when it comes to news, if it is fake, when we give them the true news, maybe the circulation can stop. But when it comes to religion, the problem is it is all about interpretation. And many people can say that we disagree, we agree that we disagree with this interpretation. That's the issue of religion come to the force within the democracy. But we learned from what we had from the last few years. We have some elements. One is that we have a capable and independent electoral committee, by which we have some foundation that, okay, this is the result of the election. Secondly, we have what we call as the independent electoral monitoring system. During 2014, we have Kawal Pemilu. And because of the internet, now parties can also develop their own monitoring system. And when it becomes parcialized, it becomes more difficult. So it is good if we have independent, because now, despite the parties can compete with the election, at least we have now one thing that, okay, from the independent side, this is the result of the election. And finally, because the monitoring can be contested, as parties can bring their own poster or as well as the monitoring system, what is needed is independent judicial system. We had during the last 2 decades a strong independent constitutional court in which a dispute can be addressed within the system. So I think that's the key elements from what we can learn from the past, how despite the stress and the problem that democracy faces within a digital era, we can survive the democracy. One thing that I need to talk actually is the political restraint, but we can talk again during the question and answer. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Dr. Eric Jones.
Good morning, everyone, and greetings to all. Assalamu alaikum. My talk will be a little different, a little divergence into history. Is this on? I'll just use this one. Well, my talk today I've entitled Kraton Yogyakarta and Northern Illinois University, Linchpins of the Revolution and Indonesian Democracy. And so I'm going to make some maybe comparisons that you haven't thought of today, I'm guessing, but I think are pretty interesting for us to consider together. You all know that because you're at this conference, of course, that we're honored to have the support of, among others, Northern Illinois University, also the Kraton through University Widya Mataram, who through our shared hard work and rich wellspring of ideas we've tapped into to put together this impressive conference. What you may not know is the Kraton and the Palace and NIU share some interesting and fascinating parallels in their impressive contributions to this great nation of Indonesia. And this is what I will briefly discuss today. We'll start with Hamengkubuwono IX, the Sultan, who's the grandfather of Gusti, born in the sort of what we call the age of motion. The historians call this the national awakening in the beginning of the 20th century. He was part of that youth movement and part of the shared love of scouting that comes down through the palaces. The scout movement played a particularly strong role in bringing together the youth in against the colonial state. Indonesia, after 350 years of Dutch and Japanese rule, declared its independence dramatically in August of 1945, and the Sultan immediately threw his support behind this new republic of Indonesia. Now, what I think people don't realize is that well, the war's over, right? 1945, that's great. The Dutch came back and fought 4 years against Indonesia. Here's a statistic. The Marshall Aid Plan that you've maybe heard of, that's the deep investment that the West made to Europe to help rebuild economies after World War II. The Netherlands spent every guilder, every dollar of Marshall Aid money. They went to war in Indonesia after World War II, 1945 to 49. They fought tooth and nail to try to bring Indonesia back into its fold. Well, we know the end of that story. Indonesia valiantly, heroically fought off this 4 years of war, but it was a very tough struggle, and it looked at many points fairly hopeless for the revolution because the West wasn't exactly encouraging post-colonial decolonization. It was sort of either you take it on your own or maybe you don't get it at all. So the capital of Indonesia needed a place to be safe during this war, and it chose Yogyakarta because of the Sultan invited the capital here, protected by Hamengkubuwono IX. Here's a picture of him with Sukarno and Hatta, the authors, sort of architects of the Indonesian Revolution. So the war drags on. reaches some dramatic points, such as December in 48, when the Dutch invade and Yogyakarta and Sukarno and Hatta are taken hostage, and the Sultan is faced with a choice to, do you work with the Dutch? They're sort of at gunpoint, and he bravely refuses. No, I'm not going to cooperate. Morale remains very low for soldiers, and so in this offensive, and the Sultan has an idea. What if we need a counteroffensive? We need to change the narrative of the war, and so the March Offensive, so-called, conceived by the Sultan Hamengkubuwono IX, was a pivotal moment of the revolution. The Kraton served as a hideout for soldiers, and they briefly take Yogyakarta back, but it was enough of a, think of the sort of the Ukrainian reverses there, right? That they might actually win this and push them out. In 30th of June 49, the Indonesian forces defeat the army of the Netherlands, and who do the retreating forces of the Dutch bestow power to, the keys to the kingdom of the country of Indonesia? Of course, the Hamengkubuwono IX as the custodian of the nation. And even in December, Queen Juliana of the Netherlands and Dom Palace in Amsterdam signs authority for Indonesia over to the Sultan. And he promptly conveys that rule back to the people of Indonesia. He served the nation dramatically: second vice president, deputy prime minister, minister of defense, governor of Yogyakarta, of course. I'm going to talk about some interesting time between 1966 and 73, where he served as the first chief minister for economic and financial affairs of Indonesia. If those who know a bit about Indonesian history, 1965 is a complete world turned upside down. The Gerakan 30 September, 30th September movement. Six Air Force generals are assassinated, and in a coup plot, and Indonesia liquidates its own left, its Communist Party, and in this counter coup, the military takes control over a country that had been so-called living dangerously under the late years of Sukarno, trying to struggle through a non-aligned pathway. Sukarno, there is grave question marks. Will Indonesia be a failed state? Will the world economies come to its borders? It had failed to prove that, really, in the late era of the Sukarno age, and through the efforts of Hamengkubuwono IX, he invites the World Bank, global markets, investors to come to Indonesia and think about, give it a chance, and is behind the push of the so-called Berkeley Mafia, the economists who would go on to train and manage Indonesian economy in the new order. It's a dramatic role that he plays in the sort of the architecture of Indonesia. Hamengkubuwono IX, like his father, chooses the interest of Indonesia over himself by participating in the street protests in support of the 1998 student movement against the dictator Suharto. Here's a picture of the Sultan, Megawati, Abdurrahman Wahid, Amin Rais, sort of the four that the Reformation forces bringing together, and the so-called Deklarasi Cijanggor. This is again another pivotal point of Indonesia. Will these forces support democracy? Will they support openness? They legislate for, they empower legislative institutions, independency of the Electoral Commission, which I'll come to, our NIU's alum are an important part of. But we see a legacy of, at pivotal points in Indonesia, the palace making important efforts and advances to secure, in this case, the reformasi, and the democratic future in that. So in step now, the comparison to NIU. We have a group we were fortunate to host at our university over the years, many important figures, and still continue to host a recent panelist being one of those graduates, a long string of Indonesians who, like the palace, have stood behind democracy as a linchpin of Indonesia. This group here, Rais Rashid, Andi Malarangang, Sarbakti, and Gafar are four of the Team Tujuh who write Indonesia's constitution, right? Who ingrain democracy as the thing that what will it look like going forward after the fall of Suharto. I remember I was in Indonesia when that happened, and it was anyone's guess about what the future might be, and our alumni, like Sultan the 10th, played an important role in creating that template. They established the rule of law on political parties, law on elections, law on the parliament, formulating of the election commission. These are all things that our alum are a majority part of. I won't take time to the Team Tujuh, the Team Sibilas. These are all cornerstones of creating the democracy and the political process in Indonesia. And then another generation of political candidates and movers and shakers that you've probably heard of. Maybe Anis is a name you might know, Baswedan, but also Philip Sermante, Nico Harjanto, others who are making a difference in Indonesia and continuing this legacy of democracy and investing in the future. So what are we to take away from this? Is that there are at these important pivotal points and moments, I think we can both be proud of the shared legacies of our two institutions that have contributed so importantly to what Indonesia looks like today, and in its as the world's most complicated democracy that manages. We've had the fortune of working with the KPU, the Election Commission, and learning more about their process. It's an amazing feat to behold, and so we can only hope that we're able to, us and the Keraton are able to go forward and continue to support the sort of hopes and ambitions of the best parts of Indonesia. And I'll leave that with you. Thanks.
And now we will take questions from the audience. If anybody has any questions prepared. The gentleman in the corner, please.
Thank you very much. So my question, I think, go to the last speaker and last two speaker. This regarding about mafia democracy. So how you think about the mafia democracy in every country, not only in Indonesia? So the last one can answer, the last two also can answer. And the second is for the presenter, the last two. Partai Islam is every country, in Muslim country they have, like Malaysia they have PAS, Indonesia they have a Partai Persatuan Pembangunan, Partai Bulan Bintang, and also PKB, Partai Kebangkitan Bangsa, BIT-NU. So what your think about the people that involved in the politics, like what they call central people in the organization like Muhammadiyah or NU, where they are interesting import in the government in terms of politics, not only focus on the Islamic, for example, or Hindu or Buddha only. Where you think about that? Just, I think that's all my question. Thank you very much.
I can maybe address the first one. The mafia is not the term I would have branded when I it's said mafia with irony, right? Because the, as you know, the Berkeley Mafia was under the dictatorship ran the economy, not exactly collaboratively like a mafia. And so the NIU team sort of that's the name, it's self-referred, the NIU Mafia, and it's meant with a tongue in cheek because it's the mafia of democracy that are bringing. And so yeah, it's a good question. I thought, like, should we could call it something else, but I guess as a researcher, I'll call it what they call it. But yeah, I understand your question, and maybe Cyril, you have ideas about the Muhammadiyah question and the other.
Thank you for the question. So, according to the regarding the mafia, I think it depends on what do you mean by mafia. For some people, mafia is used casually to indicate a group of people, any group of people. So in that case, okay, group can be good and can be bad, right? So as long as it is good, certainly they can make a good contribution to the state, to the democracy. But if you when you say mafia, you refer to, say, thugs, to gangsters and etc. The problem is that you will have a problem with the law, right? And law is one of the pillars or the components of a good social order. So again, it depends on. So maybe Eric, you should avoid the word mafia. Okay, I think that's from the mafia. The second question is regarding the Islamic parties and participation in the government. So I hope I get your question right. So first of all, we have to remember that actually there are spectrums within what we call as Islamic political parties. Just like we have different understanding of Islam in this country. We can say there are more contextualized one, and there are more Puritan or literal ones. And certainly there is it's a continuum within which there are many variations of understanding. But if we have to classify into two great things, one is again contextualized and one is literal. One is moderate, one is Puritan. And the religious division, in this country, still alive from the last, say, it emerged again in the first years of this country, but now we still have it, right? So parties are different, even though we call them political parties. We see the differences between, let's say, PKS, PPP, which is closer, for me, closer to literal one, to parties like PKB, PAN, even though they claim still they are most Islamic parties, so they are different. So if you ask them how, if they would like to participate in the government, certainly that's good, that people should participate in the government. The question is, when people enter into the government, what principles, what values, what norms they bring into the government, into the state. If we still agree that we are a heterogeneous country, and we have different religious groups, different ethnic groups, and we are based on pluralist Pancasila. So as long as the group agree with that, regardless of their personal belief, that is good, no problem. The problem, I think, starts when certain groups, regardless of the religion, whether it's Islam, Catholic, Christian, and other, if a group forces certain values which is not inclusive, I think that's the root of the problem. But as long as these groups, they still agree with the shared foundation, with the common foundation, I think it is not bad, but that's actually good to make the say somehow now people realize that diversity within the government is good. Representative bureaucracy is good to the point that actually every groups are represented within the government or bureaucracy. Thank you.
Question in the front, please.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Prof. Eric John, I didn't follow your presentation from the beginning, but I got the idea from the last presentation of you. As I told you also yesterday, in Indonesia, in the past, especially in the Suharto era, a New Order era, term of mafia Berkeley mafia, especially in economy. Because on that time, most of the Minister of Economics come from Berkeley, such as Ali Wardana, Emil Salim, and Sumarlin, Sadli, and others, so many. In reality, their views affected Indonesian economy. Indonesian changed from closely socialist economic system to be capitalist economic system. My question related what you mentioned last time, just now, term about NIU mafia. The terminology mafia, not about the bad one, but I think in this case, natural one, quote unquote, not the real meaning. My question, do you think there is democracy characteristics in Indonesia now affected by NIU views? Thank you.
What do you think, Ciro? So the question is, what the question is, why did it happen with NIU? Is that part of the question? Like what were the special sauce that I think part of it is there were some faculty members, particularly Dwight King, who's a very famous of that whole earlier generation. He was an expert on voting and elections. He a person with a powerful commitment and willing to, and then the key is mentoring, willing to come and see students who had at the time, this was during Suharto. He was training Indonesian political scientists in sort of dangerous, subversive, democracy. And so they were ready when it's not like you're going to get that content in an Indonesian university in the New Order in Indonesia. So I think it's the right mix of passionate people about a principle, meeting with the right talented, motivated, brilliant students who could carry the torch forward and at the right place at the right time in the moment of history when and they were ready. And yeah, it's a good one. Any more to add, Ciro?
Thank you, Dr. Suwandi Hamid. I think this is a very challenging question for us from NIU, but it's very important. But what I can say is that NIU graduates are spread in many different institutions and positions. Some are lecturers, some are in the government. Okay, other than Tim Tuju, Pak Ramlan Surbakti was among the KPU members, right? So so if you look at also and the role of the current graduate, they're also not in the same political position, right? There are some observers. There are some within the
or the
government.
recent emphasis in polling
Right.
that you and others have been part
Okay,
of, like, right, like, yeah.
In polling, there is in the government side. We also know that there are some NIU graduate, but there is also NIU graduate within the opposition. So actually, if you look at the if you like to see the influence, what I can say is, I think NIU graduate are concerned to make sure how the power transition can go smooth in the country. Political competition can be, say, free, in which individual can compete regardless of their ideas. They can compete within the system, and the democratic values can be maintained within the country. So I think that's the general ideas which are brought by our colleagues. Again, despite the fact that actually they are spread within different situations, and they have different political views. But again, as a community, we respect each other, and we would like to make sure that actually what we have is democratic, fair political openness, political competition. Thank you.
We have a question from Pak Martadani back there. Silakan.
Thank you. This question to address is Bapak John Eric. We know the Kingdom of Yogyakarta has been much more contribute to the typical of democracy with the local politicals. But we know the term of democracy also has been increasing, such as human rights, social justice, and also enforcement of law. My question is, how do you think about the kingdom automatically as the governor of province and Yogyakarta without elections? In the term democracy and also for empowerment of kingdom. And the second my question for the Abu and then his friends. We know the famous Indonesia Muslim intellectual Nurholis Majid, around 17 years, say Islam yes, but no Islam party. My question is it still relevant for the future of Indonesian Muslim political? Thank you.
Well, this is a very challenging question, and I think the first one, the fact that a faculty member from the university funded by the foundation is asking those questions, I think is a perfect example of that there's a healthy conversation around. And I think if we think more of traditional forms of reciprocal rule in Southeast Asia, the onus is on a ruler who is a monarch to be delivering goods and services for their citizenry, right? To be participating in that, and also the governor is governor for life. However, all of the other offices, all of the national offices, those are of course elected democratically, and the special status was because of those sacrifices made early on in the revolution and the Reformasi. So I think it's a question that invites accountability from all sides, right, of the government at all phases, because there's never a point, and this is where I think as Ciro was saying, we want a free and fair and a free speech climate where people can talk about their political ideas and engage in them. And I think the the fact that we can have that open discussion and dialogue at University Widya Mataram or at NIU is a key part of why I think it could be done successfully. However interesting it is for sure.
Thank you very much. So I'll expand the question a little bit, and Cyril will end up some of it too. So if I understand it correctly, the question is, I guess, the future of Islam in Indonesian democracy. And one of the reasons why we actually did this work is precisely to see what Indonesia can actually teach, not just other Muslim countries, but actually other countries that have been considered to be really democratic. So coming from somebody who studies a lot of countries that struggles to have democracy, I can tell you one thing is that Islam, I think it's a very important asset for Indonesian democracy. And here's why. This is a country that is diverse in so many ways, but it has at least one unifier, that is Islam is a unifying force. Now the key here, of course, is not to be Islamist, but really to maintain that kind of like unique, tolerant Islamic version of Indonesia. So I think really it's something positive because it provides a sense, it helps forge a nation. It provides a sense of common belonging. Without that, it is actually very difficult to have democracy. And if I can just extend to the United States, one of the things that we're seeing actually in the United States right now is precisely because as the country becomes more diversified, it becomes more polarized. So in a sense, for you to really have a democracy, you need some kind of unifying force, whatever it is. But so I will say Islam actually has a very good potential here, precisely because it can be a unifier. The key is to make it really for lack of a better word, the tolerant, inclusive, as opposed to the radicalized, jihadist kind of like forms that happens in other places. But I'll let Cyril give more depth to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Abu, and thank you for the challenging question. And it is, I believe many people think this is very important question. So my take is that statement was the response, specific response by people like Cak Nurs to the political situation of the country at that time, in which the state, the new order, showed a kind of hostility toward Muslim political circle at that time. So not until the 90s, right? Not until the 90s that actually the new order showed accommodation toward Islam, and the statement was expressed before the 90s to seek for, let's say, to open up for opportunities for Muslim to take part within the political system. Now, if we ask whether it is still relevant or no, the point, I think, if we look at the political behaviors of Muslim voters, we know that actually, if we look at the result of the election, the electoral support for what we call as political parties actually declined during the last 2 decades. Even if we go further, if we divide Islamic political parties to be two kinds, Islamist and, let's say, nationalist religious one. So the vote for Islamist parties, now the vote for PPP and PKS combined actually declined. So at the society level, actually now people embrace the idea, actually, that in order to participate in the politics, it doesn't have to go with what we call as Islamic parties. Okay, now the problem is that I think if you would like to think again about the slogan, the problem that we have right now is the use of the religious identity by certain politicians, not for the goal of the religion, but for the goal of, say, gaining power. I think in that context that we need to think again the slogan, whether it is still relevant or no. And in the context of, again, in the context of digitized democracy, I think when it comes to the use of religion, the situation becomes more difficult to address because it's an issue of interpretation. And somehow it becomes more complicated, especially when people began to think about establishing certain religious norms within the state. Because when we have that kind of situation, now open discussion, open deliberation between different groups can be more difficult. Thank you.
We have a question from the audience for Dr. Shupe. It's from Nicholas Surya Pradana. Even though we have told them about climate, there are a lot of people who will say it's a punishment and it will fix itself. What should we do to make them more realize that the climate change can be prevented by our action?
We're not protecting the planet. Actually, we're protecting ourselves. In that case, like we're doing something to benefit ourselves in long term or short term. Like if you think about this, what over a million years later, the planet may fix itself, but what's gonna happen to our next generation? So a lot of times from a communication perspective, we wanted to address a message that's interest to the audience, that benefit the audiences as well. In that case, like a lot of times saying climate change is damaging the planet may not mean anything. It could be climate change is actually damage our life, our children, our grandchildren's life. It start to become something interesting, something relevant, and we start to talk about how to address that issue, not to protect the planet, but actually to protect human beings. But that's a very good question, because you a lot of times see messages related to it's mostly talking about the earth, not talking about us, mostly trying to blame us instead.
And when you mean us, you mean our interests.
Yeah.
Business, economic, political.
Everything all together. Like I said, it's a collective effort. Nobody can get away from it.
We have a few more minutes for a final question or two. Gentleman up front, please.
Thank you once again. Sohaimi here. I'd like to address this question to Professor Yuan to make her a bit more active. Thank you. Your presentation was very informative, and I've never think that science should be looked from a communication perspective. Thank you for that. Now, I've got two issues to raise here. Firstly, is about politicians themselves confusing the audience. And as you know, the recent example is, of course, Mr. Trump saying that there is no climate change when scientists saying, yes, it is. So people like Mr. Trump, who is the head of state, saying negative things or contradicting what scientists are saying, cause a lot of complications. So that's one of the issues. The second issue is about COVID vaccines. As you know, the latest booster also causing a lot of complications, confusion, and this doesn't come from politicians, it comes from fellow medical experts as well. So one group of medical experts says, yes, it's good, but the next one says there's some examples of samples, they are not. So now how do you address this sort of confusion to the public? Thank you.
Both are wonderful questions. So about the first one, we cannot deny the fact that many science discussions are being polarized, being politicized, because they are related to policy making. That's why when President Donald Trump says something, that would influence people's view of climate change, even though scientists say different ways. However, I'm a strong believer that political communication is very different from science communication. And the biggest difference is political communication a lot of times has a deadline. It's either to win your voters' opinion, your voters' direction, that there's an election day, or there's some other deadline that you wanted to achieve certain things. But science doesn't. Not because today I say you need to do something, tomorrow I change my mind. Science still continues. We always need to work with science, we always need to communicate the science. Therefore, different from political communication or politicians try to talk about what science is. Scientists, this long way we're together on this journey together. So that's why even though there are a lot of different opinions, regardless from someone very influential or from someone relevant to us, if my mom doesn't believe, Donald Trump doesn't believe, what's gonna influence my opinion? But it's because science communication doesn't have a deadline. It's for me, I have also time to do, as the audience, to do the research and understand this by myself. And the second one regarding the COVID vaccine, that's a very, very good question, because for audience, are we responsible knowing that the vaccine could not 100% effective? We may need boosters from now forever, or when do we need the boosters again? And the truth is, science may not give you an answer either. Then for the public, maybe it's for scientists to understand that we're not just giving scientific fact, we're also trying to kind of giving public scientific method, understand how science works. That's why whenever we make decisions, is with the respect of the science method and also with respect of a scientist's expertise. It's a difficult decision for us to understand, but it's also a difficult, challenging decision for us to communicate. It's only a matter of how we be able to reach a mutual beneficial understanding of why science could be helpful to us. Whether it solves all our problems, probably not, but it could help us to a certain extent. But those are excellent questions. Thank you.
Please join me in giving another round of applause to our wonderful presenters.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dan McKay, for leading the fourth plenary session. But before all of you return to your seats, there will be the handover of souvenirs for the speakers that will be given by Rector of Widya Mataram University. So, Professor Dr. Edi Sumadi Hamid, please don't mind to give the souvenirs to the speakers. It will be continued by the photo session. All right, to all of the guest delegates and attendees, would you mind to come forward to join the photo session with our speakers? Once again, for the attendees, would you mind to come forward to join the photo session with our speakers?
Ini bawah belakang bisa. Plenary session.
Bisa naik ke atas Bapak Ibu apabila tempat yang di depan sudah penuh. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats. And now we are arriving in the break time for having lunch and do the prayer. If you want to do the prayer, you can go to the mosque in the first floor of this building. And same as yesterday, you can go to Baron Resto in the lower ground in this building for having lunch. Enjoy your time, and the agenda will be continued by parallel session 2 at 1 p.m. So make sure that you return to this room before 1 p.m. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, saat ini adalah waktu untuk istirahat. Apabila Bapak Ibu ingin sholat, Bapak Ibu bisa ke masjid yang berada di lantai 1 gedung ini. Dan untuk makan siang bisa di Baron Resto yang letaknya ada di lower ground gedung ini. Kemudian sesi setelah ini adalah sesi paralel yang akan dilaksanakan pada pukul 1 siang. Mohon maaf, pukul 1.30. Jadi pastikan Bapak Ibu kembali ke ruangan ini sebelum pukul 1.30. Ya. Baik, sebelum Bapak Ibu meninggalkan ruangan, ada sedikit ralat untuk pengumuman. Setelah makan siang, dimohon Bapak Ibu yang mengikuti sesi paralel untuk langsung masuk ke ruang paralel masing-masing. Ruang pertama untuk makalah dengan tema Global Health Architecture dengan nama ruangan Ruang Bima 1 dengan moderator Dr. Benu Arta. Kemudian ruang 2 untuk tema Digital Economy Transformation. Nama ruangnya adalah Ruang Bima 2 dan dengan moderator Ibu Laili Nur Anissa. Kemudian ruang 3 untuk tema Digital Economy Transformation juga. Nama ruangnya adalah Ruang Gatot Kaca. Moderatornya dengan Ibu Desi. Moderatornya dengan Ibu Desi Ayu Krisnamurti.
Dari ruangan